Hello on YouTube as well. Sorry for not pushing the start button. I pushed the start button though, so we should be live on the YouTubes. My intro is very quick. It was just saying hello. That's all. If you were here yesterday, you might have seen that I was researching an issue in RTRAC, one of the applications that we use at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. Hello, Tyron. And the situation goes that the user was trying to upload the file, and I was thinking they were using this TSP process that we were looking at, and instead they were using the regular load data process, and they have always used the regular load data process. So this is not the first error canister we've sent them, and not the first error canister that they have logged results for, but they never have used the load TSP functionality, which means that all the stuff that we looked at yesterday was pretty much not necessary as far as going through the TSP logic. So when we're uploading an error record, this process TSP stuff, just it doesn't matter. It's not used. So we'll have to revisit that in the future. I'm going to put a note to myself for future Berto. Come on, keyboard. Come on. And it is going to say, note, her email from Artle. This is not used. That's not to say this won't be used by any other lab in the future. It's just ARDL is the only lab that we've used so far, except for starting in last October, we started reaching out to other labs to give us, or to do some tests on the samples that we send. So it is possible that they may eventually come and use this system. Most likely not, because they are not using fixed width text files for their transfer files. It's so like 1980s, 1990s. Who still uses fixed width text files? Probably a lot of people. But anyway, so I thought I was just going to drop RTRAC because sorry, I forgot to say this part, but while I was drafting an email after I ended the stream to the user, letting them know the update that I finally got the app to build, I was asking questions about the TSP process, and that's when I found out that they don't even use the TSP load TSP process. She sent me an email right as I was pushing send, or I guess my inbox received an email from her right as I was pushing send, and the timestamp on it is the almost exact same timestamp as the sent timestamp of the email that I sent her to give her the update. In her email to me, she's like, I decided to try it again and it loaded correctly this time. So I don't know what the glitch was. I don't know what the temporary reason for the upload not working the first time for her was, but she was able to upload the data, and therefore it's a non-issue. We don't need to work on it. So I thought I was going to be dropping RTRAC and we were going to get back into the lab data importer tool. However, this morning I got an email from a different user that doesn't normally work in RTRAC as far as for uploading and doing stuff like that. But today she was uploading a quarterly water levels data set. And in trying to upload this data set, yeah, I decided to turn on the overhead lights. I don't usually, but it's pretty dark outside today. But yeah. Did you know that my name translated in Latin or something? I don't know what the origin of my name is, but anyway, the meaning of my name is bright. How fun is that? Anyway, so she sent me an email this morning and it said that she was having trouble uploading this water data, and so now we are researching that issue. Thankfully, RTRAC builds and runs on this computer now, so if we do need to make a code change that fixes it, we will be able to deploy it and it'll actually Work. Oh my gosh, it was crazy though. I'm getting here. So the other thing that I found out, by the way, is that in our packages.config, I did a diff when I was doing the commit yesterday at the end of the stream, and I found out that the version that we were trying to target of the RMA connection manager was 2.0.8, because that's what it was on this computer when we opened the solution, and I hadn't touched it in a while. But when I pulled in the files from the other computer that it was building on, it was actually using 2.0.7. And that's most likely what is allowing us to build. So thankfully I have 2.0.7 locally, but I don't have it in the NuGet feed. So yeah, so good times, good time. So we're going to research this issue. I don't know what exactly the error is that she's getting. She did send us a screenshot, thankfully. So let me zoom in on this screenshot for myself. And it just says data already exists in the database. So we're going to try it, see if we get the same message. It won't upload unless we actually push the upload button. So I'm going to do this on production. Oh yeah, speaking of. Hello. Hello, Jim Phi. I'm gonna call you Jim Phi. Hello, Jim. You stream, right? I think I've seen a stream of yours every once in a while. I'm so good at this. I am the best streamer ever. Nope, you don't stream. You said no shout outs, no subs, no nothing. Experimental stream only. Okay, got it. Got it. Cool. Oh man. So, we're trying to open up a browser window somewhere. Are you a browser window? You look like a browser window. Okay, so we're going to go into our track on production. This would be the same type of login that the current user is using. So water levels upload from a text file. Oh gosh, I didn't know you have to fill in all this information. Dagnabbit. This one. This is the right folder. So it's going to be NBCS. So NBS, North Boundary, fiscal year 24, quarter 2, choosing file. Oh, okay. I think I can already guess. Yeah. Okay, so the data already exists in the temp table. Interesting. Which is this data here. Okay, so it's the one that she currently has loaded. And the way that this application works is the way that they did all of the applications. All of the temporary data that a user is trying to upload, they put in a SQL table that is not really a temp table. It is a permanent table that lives there. And it's their working table, essentially. So if the user makes changes and edits to this record or to any of the records in this file that are getting imported, then those records would persist until they push the finalize button. When they push the finalize button, that's when they get the error message. So I'm not going to push the finalize button. What I want to do is copy over all of the data from production into test. Well, let's just try it on test to see if we get the error anyway. Before I do that, because it takes about 30 minutes, 15 to 30 minutes to copy all of the data over from that particular database. There's got to be an easier way to export data from production to test. DBRA, text upload. Man, it is really bright though. I'm going to turn the light on. Or I'm going to leave those lights on or something. Okay, that's less bright and I'm still a little more visible than usual. Okay, so we are on test RTRAC. We're gonna try populating the same info, and like the last time that I copied over the production data over to test was close to November, so I'm assuming that this issue would have been present if this is FY24 data, that this should be covered, because that would have been January, February, March of last year. Okay, so if I load, then we this is such a dumb system. Hi MasterAt. So it loads the file and then you have to go up here into view edit data, and then you can see the records to be edited. And then if we do finalize, test probably isn't going to give us the error. But hi MasterAt, how are you on this fantastic day? Middle of the work week. Okay, so data already exists in the database. So what she said, hi Big Gamer. What she said is that in the past, deleting the data and re-uploading the text file has worked for her. So North Boundary 2024, Q2. I hope you're having a fantastic day, Big Gamey. I know you were a little busy doing IRL stuff, or maybe a lot busy. I know that you were busy doing IRL stuff. That's what she said. So what she said, what's that? That's exactly what she said. All right, so if we load, tells us load successful. We go view edit, load, and we finalize this process though. One day we're going to work on just making these apps so much better than they currently are. Dang it, and I forgot about that too. It's going downhill fast, isn't it? Okay, so we're still getting the data exist in the database. And then she said when she goes to looking at the water level data to try to pull it up, well. Let's try 23009. So now every single time that I see, nope. Every time that I see anything, any bot say, "Hey, BitGamey," I hear your pirate TTS say, "Hey there, BitGamey," just like that. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know how to use this system. View data. Yeah, blame Clayman, absolutely. So what does her email say about this part? She says, I search for it under Rick Watt level, which means that she is in the database doing a query specifically for this data. And this data is NBS FY22 quarter 2. FY24 quarter 2. And there are absolutely no records in here. For this well, like the well, one of the wells in the sample list. What I probably want to do then is import this into Excel. Let's do that. Okay. Over here. We want to paste special or text import wizard fixed. No row headers, and we will do you. Okay. You. Oops. That's time. Okay. I've got a secret to tell. Right. And that one, and then initials, and then the rest. Oh, right. And then some notes. Do any of you have notes? Yes. Verified. Excuse me. Okay. First column we'll do general. Second column we'll do, I guess it doesn't matter. We'll just do general. Let it auto format. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Okay. So the thing that I would like to do then is create a list of well numbers. And the way that I'm going to do that is just some fast and dirty formula-ing. You and comma, oops, yeah, that was right, comma, whooped, you, oops. And finally, if you are blank, then we're just going to do, how am I doing this? Oh, I guess this goes at the end. Then we're going to do a close bracket. I was going to say parentheses. I don't know my way around anything. Don't you dare. Okay, so I'm going to do a search for all of these for site ID in this list of site IDs that I just copied to my clipboard. And I need to filter it so that the sample date, I'm pretty sure the sample date would be between, oh, why are there June records? There are only 3 months in a quarter, right? Or I said June. Why are there April records? I guess April 1st is still counting towards Q2. Whatever. I'm just going to put where sample date is greater than 2024-0101, and I should do greater than or equal to. So I have a SQL Server Management Studio on the left, and I'm not showing it because it has server name and all that stuff. So interesting. These are the records that I got back. Those aren't the records. Try that again. These are the records that I got back. That's because I used the wrong year, isn't it? No, I used the right year, but I really do need to filter where date is between. And 2024-0401. I don't know if between, okay, good. I don't know if between actually includes the ending date in SQL. I have to look it up every time. But in this case, it still returned 0 records. I mean, we should still see that though. There shouldn't be any records in here. If oh, it is sorted by SAMP date descending. There are no records before May 8th. Interesting. Which means that there are definitely no records between January 1st and April 1st. All right, thank you, Jim. I hope you enjoy your IRL stuff. Thanks for hanging out with us as long as you did. Cheers to you. Okay, so records don't exist. We know that for sure. In the table that the data will get dumped to, there are no records. However, what are the chances there is an NBS Q2? NBS 2024 Q2. And it's going to be selecting based off of, are there any records that exist with NBS 2024 Q2? So instead, we're going to search where Quarter, which is column M for those of you watching at home, where Quarter equals NBS 2024 Q2. What are the chances? 0. Okay, so it's not matching any records on the quarter column. And it's not matching, and I took out the site ID filter, so it's not even trying to look narrow by site ID and then that quarter. Hello, pee-pee break. I need to go take a pee-pee break. Give me a minute. No, that's gonna be later in the stream. Stick around. You're not gonna want to miss it. Anyway, hi. I hope you're having a fantastic Wednesday. All right, so 2 things are eliminated from my immediate. This would have been easy to find out. I could just delete the records from the database and let her upload. And those 2 things are, there are no records matching with that combination of well and sample date, any of these combinations of well and sample date, as well as, I said well again, as well as no quarter. This is kind of like a secondary key almost, or at least a unique index. There are no NBS, which is the system that we're trying to upload records for, FY24. So we would see NBS underscore 2024 quarter 2. And we can see that there are no records with NBS 2024 quarter 2 anywhere in the database, even without having the site ID filter turned on. Okay. Very interesting. So we do need to look at the code and find out what's going on during this upload process for water levels. I'm going to assume that's in the water levels controller. Upload. No, finalize. Where's finalize? Here we are. Oh my gosh. All of the logic is in. I agree with you, Tyron. I think you're onto something. We're definitely going to find that out, but there were some records that we just saw in the output where the quarter was blank. So what if, when it's trying to finalize the records, all of the quarter data is blank? are probably onto something. We can see that in the database because we should be able to see the no, I'm over here. I don't know what I clicked, but that's dangerous. Good, acronyms list. That's scary. Okay, so new workbook. Okay, thanks. I need to move this off screen when I'm done with it. We saw that one of the things that the RTRAC system does is that it dumps the data that you're trying to upload into a temp table. So we just need to find where that temp table is. I'm going to guess it's in the RTRAC database. Yeah, here it is. Temp water temp. Oh, come on. Oh, here it is. Temp Rick Wattlev. Okay. So we're going to grab this data. There are 270 rows, and in the file, there are 270 records. Okay, so this is only the records from that one file. And if we look at quarter, this is file name. Here it is, quarter. Oh, man. Okay. So any new theory based on that, we definitely see quarter values, NBS 2024_Q2. That was a good thought, though. Man, that would have been so much easier. But unfortunately, we're going to have to go into a stored procedure in order to find the actual logic. And look at, oh my goodness, look at the way that we are checking for duplicate records. Oh my gosh. So we try this SQL command and we catch an exception and we search for an error message that contains the word duplicate in it, in the innermost exception. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's find this stored procedure and I'll bring it over on screen somehow. Oh, we should be able to do it from Angie because I have cloned the database to my dev environment without any data in it. Servers, Angie, RTRAC, and programmability, stored procedures. This one is called CSP, Rick load to ARM-AD. Which one of you? This one. All right, stored procedure time. Here's okay, so we check to see if any data exists. Raise error message 16. What even do these things mean? So check to see if there are any if any data exists in Rick Watt level, and insert the data into transwater, then delete Rick Watt level. Hello, Zons. Okay, so there is another table that we need to look at. It's called transwater. So Tyrant says, my guess is the logic that checks for existing data is pulling back the ones with no value for quarter still. So it exists already. Again, total guess. It is a good guess, but the next guess is that there are existing records in Transwater where quarter... It's not even checking on quarter. Transwater, what are your unique indexes? ID, of course. Just the ID. Constraints? Yeah, there are no other unique indexes on Transwater other than the primary key that's an auto number. Question, how are you currently managing migrations? So for all of the databases that we use, I have a separate project for each of them. And because I am literally the full stack of all of the work done on these applications, then I'm also the DBA. So I know what changes are being made. So if we look in here, for example, the database for this application is managed in this solution. And if there are changes that I need to make to the database tables, to the structure, maybe adding the helper methods for running the stored procedures, which is something that I've wanted to do with this database in particular, is to move all of the logic for the stored, or at least running the stored procedures. Like for now, it would just be a method that has the same signature as the stored procedure that I would call. And then that method would have for the DB context, do the execute SQL command for that stored procedure, or whatever it is now, whatever it looks like in EF core. But let's say that I had a change to make to the table that we're looking at. Oh, this is the RTRAC. The table that we're looking at is table temp RICWAT level. Let's say that we wanted to add something else to this. I would change the model here. I would add a migration in this project here. So this is just a regular ASP.NET Razor Pages application. But I would add the migration here. Then I would run it on dev. So again, I have a clone of the database without data on dev here. Make sure that it works on dev. If it does work on dev, clone it on test, or not clone it, but apply the migration to the test database. That one would have data in a similar format as the production data. Then I would run the application that's using it. Oh, gosh. I always forget this step. Then I would update the version number and be like, okay, the migration worked, so we're good to go. Update the version number, change, commit this, do a PR. Of course, I would do all of this in a branch. Do a PR. When that gets merged, the build and run pipeline, or build and release pipelines run. And then I get a test version of the NuGet package. With that test version of the NuGet package, I update the application that is using it, update the code, run the code, make sure it doesn't break. And then finally, I would do the update database on production server. Or if it was a big change where I need to do some manual modifying, like let's say I'm changing whether a column is an index or not, then typically that involves dropping and re-adding the column. So for me, that means create a copy of the table in the database, and then remove the table, recreate the table with the new index, and then copy the data over from the old table. That's how I would do that. Okay. Gilgamesh wants to know, how are you configuring for database? That is kind of a broad question. So can you be a little bit more specific about what you mean by configuring for database? I'm using Entity Framework Core. The connection settings are set in program.cs of the application that's using the DB context. So I don't exactly know what you mean. Well, what do you mean by configuring for database? Because like did I actually keep any changes? No. Okay. The application that uses the database. So for example, RTRAC Blazor, which is the .NET Core Blazor .NET 6 version of RTRAC that I started some time ago and got pretty far in, but haven't been able to work on. If we go into program.cs of the API server, then you'll see that I am adding DB context services, which is just your normal dependency injection, add DB context factory, use SQL Server from this connection string from app settings.json or your secrets. Or app settings.staging.json on the test server, app settings.production.json on the production server. And the environments on the servers are configured as environment variables. There is a net, I don't know what it's called, but something like .NET environment or something that you can configure as an environment variable. And that's what it'll look for, app settings dot whatever value you put in there .json. I mean, this is essentially middleware integration. I'm using Entity Framework, which is my middleware for interacting with the database. But I'm also using SQL Server Management Studio if I do need to run manual queries for a migration, for example. All right, Dukasoft is here. Hello, Dukasoft. Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to have plenty of opportunities to update the database as I start restructuring things and cleaning things up more, because the database is still in a very similar state to what it was when I first got here back in 2017. 2024 Q2. Okay, so what I'm looking for and what I found is in the database, in that transwater table. Let's just add a new sheet. Okay. These are the records that I found. And they are well number 24176, which doesn't exist in the file, and 24199, which also doesn't exist in the file. Okay, so what that tells me is this wouldn't fail here. We're joining RIC-watt level with temp RIC-watt level on site type, site ID, sample date, sample time, and sample org. Well, let's run this manually. We're gonna select, well, let's just run the entire select. This should be empty. And you are using RTRAC. Use RTRAC. And RTRAC should have access to RMAED. The migration container is just a job, so it runs once, then exits. Oh, wait. I totally missed the previous thing. Zon says, nice, that's a good approach. Tyron says, I have a Kubernetes cluster with migrations too, and I manage it by having a container that I build that applies it, and the deployment process runs that first before deploying everything else. As long as I'm careful and my migrations are backwards compatible, it works good. Very cool. What do you have a bad feeling about? Okay, so the response for that query is no records. So there were no records in this temp RIC-Watt level that exist in RIC-Watt level, the destination table that it's going into. So this will be successful with 0 errors. Our next query that we run is we use a real temp table this time. And we look for all records. Are we doing it again? We are inserting into a temp table all records that match again. Or is it just me? Why? Okay. What? So there would have been an error anyway, unless the records already existed in Transwater. But what we're doing essentially is we're creating a copy of the records in RIC-Watt level that exist in the file that we're importing. And we're date time stamping it. Okay, so this is kind of an audit table. Wow, okay. Nice. So the only way that this would fail is if the user running this stored procedure has access to query, to execute stored procedures, but doesn't have access to insert into rmaed.transwater. Cool. But if any records were found, then we are making a copy of those records, putting it in Transwater, and then storing them in temp table for the remainder of this stored procedure. Then we're deleting the records. Just grab their ID. Oh. This table, when I got here, did not have an ID column. It didn't even have a primary key. So what this is really doing is we're getting a list of all of the all of this stuff. So site type, site ID, samp date, samp time, samp award. And we're calling that the primary key for the row. Whereas what we could have done here is select ID into this table, delete, and then even then it would be delete from this table where ID in, select ID from this query. or from this filter. Doesn't matter. One day. But we wouldn't have any issues with this because we don't have any records at all. So there would be nothing deleted. And finally, this is the one that is failing, where we are inserting into RTRAC what level, where, not where, these records from our imported data. So doing that query, we get these records that are currently loaded in our temp data. So fascinating, as someone I know would say. Okay. And then we're deleting from temp RTRAC what level. So there has to be a record in here that is trying to be added as a duplicate record, because there would be no other way for us to get a duplicate record error unless it's later on. So we're in a transaction. We do the query. If affected final records is, yeah, the only place that we are going to see the error message that we are seeing is what I'm probably needing to look at, is when we time out, because this is still a .NET Framework app and I didn't know at the time how to set the login session timer. By middleware, I mean microservice, which are integration services. Okay, yeah, so data already exists in the database. The only place that we're getting that message is when there is an exception that happens during this process here. Let me double check that. So for water levels, that's the only place. We shouldn't be hitting methods controller. This has nothing to do with RMAED methods or Army methods or EPA methods. So we can be fairly confident that this is the only thing that is happening while we are doing this finalized process. During this stored procedure, there is a duplicate record that is trying to be added. So let's find out what that duplicate record is. This should be connected to the same database that the test is running on. So let's do some debug. Since we can build and run. So exciting. And we're going to have to be kind of quick about it because there might be a timeout after 90 seconds. Did you crash already? Hello? Hello? I do love bug hunting though. It is kind of fun. I like postulating things, testing the theory, and then finding out that I'm wrong. And then adjusting that theory, and then still being wrong, and then just needing to debug to figure out what's going on. And actually, before we reset the exception, a true madman. Nonsense. You love it too. It's the whole reason you do software development as a hobby. Why else would you subject yourself to such madness? Oh my goodness, load. Money? No. I mean, maybe. I was talking about you in specific, so if it is your whole purpose, fine. I cannot argue otherwise. I cannot tell you how you feel or why you do what you do. But I can joke about it. Breakpoint? Thank you. Yes. Okay, so we did hit an exception, and we are getting a meaningful error message. So let's grab... It's way over here. Let's grab that. I'll show it to you, but at the same time, I'm just going to let the code run. And we're going to figure out what this error message is. Extol. Goodness. Okay, the error message, please. Cannot insert duplicate key in row with unique index site ID. Oh, okay, so the index is site ID, even though it's multiple values. Yeah, I really don't like that it's using site type, or site ID, site type, samp date, samp time. Contractor code. So let's do a query for that in RTRAC level. Select star from RTRAC level where site ID equals, comma, site type equals, well, oh man, you know what though? I don't know if, I think I know why it might not have shown up before, but, oh, no comma, and. And I think I might know why this query didn't give me back any matches when I did the whole copy the site ID itself. And that's because site ID is a string and it's a fixed width string. So can we actually see the table definition here? No. Where's SQL Server? SQL Server Object Explorer Plus. Apparently it's not in my debugging session. All right, RMAED tables. So this RMAED database is our oldest database, and it has not been updated. The column types have all been specified as char fixed value. I say that and here's some varchars. Oh, the reason, this isn't gonna work. The reason they're varchars here is because when I cloned the database to this computer, because I didn't want all the records and stuff, and I didn't want to have to manually run all of the SQL scripts to do this, I just applied the migration. And of course, when you apply the migration, when the database doesn't exist, then it creates the columns with Unicode. But it is possible that this table still doesn't have, no, they're all Unicode. Oh, wait. I'm thinking of it wrong. Not Unicode, just variable length characters. Variable length characters. Instead of just char, They actually are varchars, which means that they should trim white space, but they don't. They do not trim white space. If you see here, the site ID that it's matching on has all of this white space to fill up the rest of the 10 characters. It looks like that's the only part of the index that is, but previously, when I did the query, I searched for only the site ID part, and I think because of the way the database is configured, I needed to search for the site ID with spaces. But we're going to find that out. And also I need to figure out which record this is. If this is the first record in the file, then we know that that's where the main issue is going to be. Oh no, Duke is soft. Oh gosh. Oh man, that is hilarious. Samp time is 1300. Oh god. I apologize, Big Gamey. Should I report him for abusive behavior? Sus. Have a mod ban him. Oh my gosh. This is called Samp Init. No, this is not Samp Init. This one was Samp.org. Okay, so Samp.org is the organization that sampled it, which is why I thought it was the contractor, but it's specifically the sampling org. There are no records that came back, so if I include... Thank you. Thank you. You are so kind with your bits. You're so, so kind. I wish I had friends like you. Oh, man. Still didn't find the record. How are you finding a record? How? Let's look at this index too. Indexes. What am I doing? I want you to be my friend, but I don't think you would ever consider me a friend. I'm not cool enough. Don't tell me that the index is not created in here. I'll script the index and create it there so you could see it. RM80 tables. Rick Watt level. This does specifically say the Rick Watt level table, right? Not the other one. Okay, Rick Watt level indexes. Yeah, so the index does exist in the database. So I'm gonna script create. It must not be part of my migration. So let's create this index. New query. Excuse me. New query. Pasta. Control-Shift-E. Done. There is a... Oh. What? Okay, I know you can't read this. Let me see if I can make it bigger. So I tried to create the query, create the index on my test, or in my dev database, which I didn't think had any data in it. And I'm getting the error. The create unique index statement terminated because a duplicate key was found for the object name Rick Water level. Index name this. The duplicate key is this value. Select star from Rick Watt Lev. Group by these things. I love using Visual Studio for this. Oh, it's so nice. Having count star greater than 1. Oh. Look at all these duplicates. Oh man. Pop quiz. Does anyone remember off the top of your head how to turn check constraints on and off? No check. I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. Equal server check constraint. Alter table? Alter table, no check constraint. But you actually have to specify the constraint that you're wanting to turn off before an insert. I want to do this before, while adding an index. I want this while adding an index. Dang it. There it is. Alter table, Rick Watlev, no check constraint all. Oops, I just hit F5. I meant Control-Shift-E. Okay, so that turns it off. And it's still checking. Is there a setting that I have to set specifically on the index to turn it off while creating it? Ignore dupe key. Oh, thank you. But then how do I turn it on? Create index, ignore dupe key. I don't want it on a primary key. When should ignore dupe key be turned on? And then how to turn it back on. So the reason that I would use this specifically is to be able to, it's for legacy reasons. So in the past, there were duplicate entries allowed on this table. There were no constraints on it. But that changed, and so now we have this index preventing duplicate, site ID, site type, all this stuff. And so I want to allow the previous records to stay, and then I want to turn on the constraint check for duplicate keys. So here's what we're going to try, since this is just my dev machine anyway. We're going to try creating the index using the ignore dupe key on. Then we're going to alter it's still saying the error. You're right. You're absolutely right. You're amazing. Thank you so much. So I was just trying to check to see. What even was I trying to check? I was just trying to show you the index. That was it. I was trying to show you the index. We saw the index, and we see that there is a duplicate key in our test database, at least, for this. And so I was just earlier querying our production database, and that didn't give me any results. So I logged into the test database, and I am now going to query the test database for this particular site ID, site type well. And there is one that exists. Can I query this with no spaces and still get a result? I can. Okay, so the trailing spaces don't matter. They get trimmed during the query. If I search for site ID equals just the non-space text, it finds records. And if I search for it with the entire text, with the trailing spaces, it finds the record as well. Okay. Okay. Which means that I need to do the query on this database as well for the, dang it. New query. Use RTRAC. Go. Select star from TBL temp Rick what level. Copy. And the other, I don't know if you noticed this too, but the Rick Watt level table, the RTRAC temp Rick watt level table does not have a username for who is doing this import process. What if, and it hasn't happened, I don't think, but what if our site was big enough and we were doing multiple sites with these applications and there are multiple users doing these water level uploads? What if multiple people are trying to do a water level upload at the same time? They wouldn't be able to, because this is not username locked. If one person sets a file to be uploaded, then that's what gets populated into the UI. Highly, highly interesting. Okay, so anyway, I want to do another query for these site IDs. Actually, you know what? We already have a query that we saw here. Nope. This one. Okay, so now in our test database, we cannot collate because the other thing that happened is on production, the database collation is something different than what it is on the test database. And I can't remember how to collate. So many things to remember. SQL Server, collation during query. There. Oh my goodness. No, I still have to do it per column. Whatever. I can still paste this per column. It's not that hard. And we want to collate to SQL Latin Gen CP1 CI as. Yeah. So we're gonna do that from you. Sorry, it'll be you, Yui. Try again. Yay, it worked. Okay, so this time the query is definitely telling me in the test database that there were matches, that there are existing records for the data being imported. And I am looking at the very first row. And it is absolutely 23009 on February 20th, 2024 at 15:08. They are the correct quarter because the fiscal years that are being used here are I can definitely add quarter. Yes. Let's do temp tbl temp rick what level dot quarter as temp quarter. I'll just do it like this, comma RMAED DBO rick watt level dot quarter Rick level quarter. Please insert quarter to continue. Exactly. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, well, for most of the records it matches, but for a couple records, or at least the very first record, it does not match. One is some system called CFS, which I've never heard of. I couldn't even begin to guess which system that is. But for the rest of them, we do still have a matching quarter value. And the quarter is correct for this date because Q2, fiscal year quarter 2, is January through March, even though they have some April 1st records on here. And it's probably because the actual sampling happened the day before. I don't know how this works. But yes, that is the only case. Oh, there's some down here. But still. None of the queries that we saw before check the quarter column at all. They're only checking for a matching site type, site ID, SAMP date, SAMP time, SAMP org, SAMP minute. Nope, that's not even there. That was temp. So these are the quarters coming in from the file, and these are the quarters that exist in the table currently. That sucks because this query gives us back records in the test database, but it does not give us back records in the production database. And of course, the error is happening in production. Errors only appear in production. Are you joking on the quarter? Because I don't think those should be joined. What do you mean joined? They didn't show up in the join itself. And for for any federal agency, the fiscal year starts October 1. And because we fell under what used to be a Army installation, then we followed the same quarters, the same fiscal year. Yeah, so I am going to do this though. I'm going to make the test database look just like the production database, and that's going to take a while. So what we'll do while it's working on that is we'll move back to the lab data import, but let me just start the process of getting the files over. Log into server. Hi, Fully Snubble. Oh, well, I choke on myself. I'm gonna go to secret screen because I have no idea what screen this is gonna open on. It's been just like all over the place. Okay, you opened here, which is good. But I'm gonna move you way over here. And I do this on the servers because there's a lot of data transfer between the servers, and if I keep it internal, then it doesn't count as network processing units or whatever they're called. I wonder if there is a way for me to just delete the tables that are being used by this process. So I'm only going to delete the data from RTRAC watt level. And what was that other one? Temp RTRAC watt level and trans water. Am I blind? Here, trans water. Okay. This should actually go pretty fast, so we might just be able to do this quickly. Come over here, so I'm not looking so far over. It hurts my neck. And then I have to look all the way over for the taskbar. All right, so RTRAC. Turn off check constraints. Yeah, okay. So I have it in here. Alter table, whatever, no check constraint all, disable trigger all on that table as well. Okay, so check constraint off, show me the delete statements, and the only one that we want is TBL or temp TBL RTRAC watt level. New query, pasta, delete from that. And the other thing that I did with this script that I'm using to copy stuff over and to selectively delete data from a table and import from the production database is that I made sure that the database that this is trying to run on, that I do any of these deletes from, is the test database, so that I can never accidentally delete data from the production database. That would be terrible. We do have backups, but I don't want to go through the process of having to restore backups. Instead, let's just not make the mistake in the first place. Import data from production. Production sure does have a lot of characters in it. From table RTRAC. I spelled it wrong, and now it's trying to find tables with the incorrectly spelled thing, and I have to wait for it to time out. Dang it. RTRAC into this database, and only TBL temp RTRAC watt level, edit mappings, enable identity insert, and I don't have any timestamps or anything, so it should just be a straight copy and done. Awesome. Turn constraints back on. Change to the RMAED database. And I'm just telling and narrating what I'm doing on this screen, because I'm definitely not going to put this screen on screen and stuff. But I'm running the same thing, the alter table no check constraint all for the RMAED database. And now I am finding the two tables that we care about in my list of deletes, which were trans water and RTRAC watt level. And I am running the deletes. Yeah, so the RTRAC watt level had 645,000 rows. And that's just one table in this database. Okay, and now we're going to import the data into RMAED from production to test. production is spelled like this, like that, and those characters and those additional characters. And then we're importing into the data that we want was requat level and trans water. Cool. Edit mappings, enable identity insert. Oh, this is hurting my neck. And insert. So that one might take a couple more seconds than the other one, but we are almost done in 3, 2, 1, 0. Yay. And then turn constraints back on. 5. Okay, so now our test database will have the same records in the tables that are being used for this entire process, which means that if we go to the test, or actually if we rerun this, no, the application is still running. No, it's not. Where did the window go? The application is no longer running. Then we should see the same file that was prepared in production. Will show up here, which is pretty much the same file we've been using this whole time. And then this error will be the one that we should actually be seeing in production. And this one says that we cannot insert a duplicate value. Is this different than the one that we got before? Only time will tell. The one that we got before was the same record. 24527, well, 2024-0130, which, by the way, is not the first record in the file, but it could be the first record that it's trying to insert still, potentially. Well. 24527. It's actually close to the end of the list of records. We're on line 261 for that record in particular. So of course, our next step is to run the query on, and I guess I can now close out of, no, I'm going to leave production database open still. We can run the same query for matching anything that was in our temp that also appears in the destination table. So I ran this query with, or actually I ran this query and added the quarter columns, but it came back with 0 results. What does that mean? How, where? As a recap, we saw that the only place that we get the error message that's being displayed in the app, data already exists in the database, is right here. And the only place that would throw an exception would be when we are either trying to execute the command, I say the only place, or we are trying to commit the current transaction. Which I guess we can find out which line through it, but it doesn't matter. The point is, yeah, we shouldn't really set the data has been loaded successfully until after we do the commit. That would be very confusing. What if the commit fails? Yeah, so let's just do this every time anyway. We will always add the message that the server responds with. Is there a HTML message for the stack trace? No, it's just a regular string. Well, let's do it this way then. ul li string.join close li, open a new li, ex.stacktrace.split on new line, carriage return or new line with string split option of remove empty entries. Okay, so now we're gonna put output the whole stack trace. Oh, right. li ul. We're gonna output the whole stack trace and print it as HTML. I still have an error. Oh my gosh, we can't do it that way. Pay attention. This is .NET framework. And I lied yesterday. Yesterday I said that the null coalescing operator didn't exist, and while I was reviewing the code to see if I can just spot what the error was from yesterday, I noticed that I was using the null coalescing operator in a singular default. So been around for a while. I don't remember what it was in relation to, but I want to apologize for lying inadvertently. It's not my intention. Sign up. Okie dokie. So we're gonna rerun. I'm also going to, there is no point really in putting a breakpoint before the stored procedure runs. Already lost where we are. Here. You sit on a throne of vines. Yes, I do. Actually, no, I don't. If anything, they would be sitting on me. Okay, hopefully we will get all of our error message stuff in debug. So when we try this operation again, we'll get some more meaningful information. And of course, I could just hit the breakpoint, inspect the exception and all that stuff, and see the stack trace that way. However, I don't like feeling rushed. I like to study the message we're looking at. But we get a couple of dad jokes. One from Sotherbot. The tablet's like, "Are you about to call me? You never use me." It says, "Ever wondered why bees hum? It's because they don't know the words." And then Dukasoft's bot said, "What did the ocean say to the shore?" Nothing. It just waved. And then we get a joke directly from Dukasoft himself. Great. Can't read that. What did the duck say to the other duck? I don't know, but it was good quack. Did you come up with that on your own? Kawaii. Kawaii. Why are you centered though? And you can't be red. You can be like... Snubble says, I'm reading a book on anti-gravity. It's impossible to put down. Oh dear. Oh gosh. I do like that one. But oh gosh. Style. Text align. Left. You're going to see me doing so many hacks in this application specifically that I wouldn't typically do. Thank you. Okay, so here we are. Here we are. The actual place that the exception happened was not numbered. Does anyone know why stack trace sometimes doesn't have the line number? I mean, we can still guess, and it's in the execute SQL command. So it's definitely on the stored procedure execution and not on the commit transaction. But that's so weird. You would expect to see the line number in my code right here. How is this even possible, man? There is no record in the database in the Rick Watt level table that has these values. Select star from Rick. Oh, I'm in RTRAC. I'm gonna have way too many query windows open that I don't know what's where. Use RMAED, go, select star from Rick Watt level, where site ID equals that number and site type equals well, all caps, and samp date equals that date, which, by the way, is a text field and not a date time field. I'm going to double check to see if I'm right. Rick Watt level. Yeah, samp date is varchar 10. And samp time equals that. And samp org equals that. Okay, so what I'm going to do with this is I've written out the logic for the index. And if I look at the index again, I'm just going to make sure that I do have the right columns that I'm querying. And they are site ID, site type, samp date, samp time, samp org. Yes, definitely. None of them are nullable. If I do site type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, site ID, then there's that. And then site type is 4 characters, samp date is 10 characters, samp time is 5 characters, and samp org is 2 characters. So nothing else would have any trailing spaces. There are no records. What's going on? Thank you, Kaiser Permanente. How do I get you to stop? He got really quiet. Oh, we can't have quiet, can we? Do whatever you can to distress and distract. Okay. That was not an actual work email. I don't get it. We did a query in the database for every single one of these records. They don't exist in the table that we're trying to upload to, not the goose. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to format this file because I am tired of flipping undoing formats. We're going to add a method called rickwat load to armad. Let me just make sure that I haven't already done this. The other place that I might have done this is in the RTRAC Blazor conversion. That's so kawaii. Because one thing that I would prefer to do is have all of the business logic in the application itself and not really have any in the database. But sometimes I leave it in the database because of it runs faster. But this is a process that is not going to take a long time to run, so there shouldn't be any reason for me to keep it as a stored procedure. Uninitialize, handle files added, process file, and parse file, parse line, populate supplemental, handle file name clicked, remove, clear, upload. Jeez. Upload water levels. I'm gonna assume it's this on the server side. Excuse me. File validator, upload water level data. Here it is. Okay, so I'm hoping installation FI quarter. Yes. Yes. I'm hoping that this is the stored procedure. As C# code. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Oh, yeah, this is how I was gonna do it. Jeez. I need to update the oh gosh, I need to get the actual water levels though from RTRAC. You know what else is interesting? this is trying to dump data to the RMAED database. And the only transaction that I'm starting is on the RTRAC database. And I don't have RMAD added. Oh, geez, all the way back here. Look at this, none of these are asynchronous either. So this is close. What we're gonna do then is extract this to a method. Rick load to RMAED. You are not going to be asynchronous. And we'll let the exceptions happen here. We will get record count back though. Okay, using var trans equals RMAD context dot database dot begin transaction. Right, we can't do that because that doesn't exist in .NET Framework. All right, and if this exits because of an exception, the transaction will automatically roll back, so that's good. I have a mapper. I'm using AutoMapper. That's okay, it's not that big of a file of a object. Exist rex.select new transwater. And yes, that class name does have a lowercase. Thank you for asking. And the things that we're going to copy over are, sure, just do this for me. Everything but the ID. Okay, so there's all of those. Then there is also a update date, which is datetime.utc now. .toString. I love that. Yes, so good. There is no depth of P. There is a quarter though. there is no quarter in what level? Oh, because it's not being so. What? You know what? In this version of the database, it is entirely possible that quarter. Oh, it is. It's a field. That quarter wasn't a field, but here it is. So why are you acting like quarter was not a field? Special kid. Oh, that was the right spot for it. Okay. Oh, I am missing. Okay, and then we have RMAD dot. No, dot. Nothing. Dot nothing. Okay, so we did that. And then we are also removing the records that we found from RTRAC level. And finally, we're going to add the water levels. So we need the query for the water levels. And the way that we get that is var water levels equals RTRAC context. What are you doing? Why don't you just query the table directly? Oh, because you're trying to do the not oh gosh, that's even the wrong table. TBL temp ric watt level. Yeah, that's it. And the reason that we're querying for it first is because these are two different DB contexts, and we can't do a join for two different DB two different DB contexts. So instead, we're materializing it to a list of objects. Except that we need to transform it to RTRAC watt levels. Okay, start with comments. Really? Really? Dang it. It's probably because they're named correctly in RTRAC. There is no update date. Nice try. Okay. The things that we need to insert are here. Site type. Yeah, we're just going to copy this over so we can see it close by. And everywhere that we have the is null. Okay, so we got comments, data qual, I should do it this way. We have site type, site ID, samp date, samp time, samp org, samp init, depth talk, talk elev, water elev, comments, data qual, and quarter. Why are you all caps? Why is this all caps? And yes, I am doing it this way instead of using the ternary operator. This is the ternary operator. The null. Wait, maybe that one is a null coalescing operator. It's the question mark, question mark. Anyway, the reason I'm not using question mark is because that doesn't work in linked to entities. Okay, so we have our water levels. We have our join. I always call it if expression because I like that. Yeah, so if I call it if expression, then I won't get it confused with the null coalescing operator, which would be the question mark, I'm pretty sure. And then I can never remember what the question mark dot is called. Yeah, so question mark is null coalescing. And then the, maybe it's just called a null check operator. Yeah, I think they're just called null check operators. Null conditional operator. And then the null, the ternary operator is the inline if, essentially. Or as Snobble said he calls it, if expressions. Question mark dot? Okay. Nice. Oh dear. Okay, so the only thing that this is missing is the save changes. Var affected records is save changes, then we try commit, and then we return affected records. So what this does, hopefully, is what the stored procedure does, because I wrote this out a long time ago. So we're going to verify. And that is we get the list of things that we're importing from the temp RIC-WAT level. We check for any matching records that already exist in RIC-WAT level. And then we dump any records that we found in this step into this, sorry, this is the entire step here. I did that backwards. Okay, so the first step is find any records that already exist in RIC-WAT level and put a copy of it in transwater with an update date timestamp. Then, if there were any records, delete them from transwater, or from RIC-WAT level, sorry. Then insert the new records that are being imported into RIC-WAT level. So even if there were records that existed, there were indexes that matched, we would have found them during this step. And so this is the reason that I wanted to write out the stored procedure in C# is so we can set breakpoints. So we're doing that. Is it going to work? I have confidence in my code. Do you? Hey, na hey, na hey, na hey, homa. Have any of you played Atlantis? Any of the Atlantis games? I love them so much. Old adventure game. All right, there we go. Okay, ducky. Okay, ducks. And hit this button. Try this. We start a transaction. First query. Gosh, this is going to be so slow. Gave us back 270 records. That's how many we have in the text file. Our join gave us back a query. And that query is unable to... Oh, gosh. Oh, goodness. Oh, this is not good times. Anyway, we're going to try to evaluate that query. And we got an exception. And the exception is... the thread was aborted because I took too long. That wasn't even 90 seconds. That wasn't even 90 seconds. Okay, so let's put the breakpoint a little bit further down. Totally just crashed too. Do I throw that exception through if it doesn't catch it as one of these other expected types? I don't know, it doesn't matter. No, it shouldn't throw the exception at all. But anyway, point is, we know that we can get here successfully. But we need to find out if the query that we are trying to run for the join finds any records, and if so, then we materialize it into a list of transwater, delete them from the ARM-AED context, and then add the incoming records to requad level. And you opened over here because that was the last window that I had open, or that I focused on. I did not mean to confuse you, Visual Studio. We're working on this screen. I promise. Okay, run that query. So far, we haven't hit the exception, but the query sure is taking its time running. Man, I love EF6. Captain, how are you? I'm doing amazing. We're having fun doing some debugging in a .NET Framework MVC application. Yeah, so this was the reason that I opted to keep a lot of the stored procedures. Back in EF6, there were so many N+1 errors and cross joins and just issues with the way that it compiled the queries, which is kind of funny because right now on the Visual Studio channel, it's the well, supposedly or not supposedly, it looks like they changed the name to .NET Data Community Standup instead of the Entity Framework Community Standup, which I think it used to be called. But anyway, they're talking about compiled queries. So the compiled queries used to just be utter crap, team. Which is why I really wanted to inspect the query itself, and I totally thought that there was a way to see the compiled query as a property in EF6, but it ran, didn't find any records, and it made it here. And so now we have our new RTRAC level 270 records. So instead of letting this run, because I think another exception is going to happen where it's thread aborted, timed out kind of thing, we're going to run to this point again. Oh dear. We're going to run to this point again, but this time we only have to contend with the add range and save changes, and it will be in the save no, it could be in the add range that we get the exception. Hi, Scott. Hi, Scott. This is going to work for us. I smash my fist down on the desk because I'm so angry right now. I love debugging. So the reason that I love debugging is because of how frustrated I get with the debugging experience sometimes, and just how worked up I get overall while tracking down the bug. And then when we fix it, when it gets fixed and it works, it's like, yes, and it's the best thing in the world, and it just feels good. That's why I say I love debugging. Multi-threading and debugging don't go well together. I love debugging new age. I'm gonna call them new age applications. Oh, especially that desktop application that I used to work on. It was the best. The one that actually interacts with hardware and needs to be at the driver level. So President Not Sure says, therefore, I tend to suffer. But no, I truly do love debugging. And not just because of the frustration hit that I get from it. And I use a lot of logging. Definitely that. Because who knows what order it's going to run in if you try setting breakpoints. It's like, normally that doesn't execute before this, but because I had a breakpoint, then that process was able to finish before we did this call. And and then you're using your little thread thingy up here, and yeah. The driver level, did that just driver you crazy? Yes, it did. Okay, so here we are trying to add the new records to the table, save changes, and we're expecting this to error because entity validation errors, it violates the index most likely if we foo details validation for at least one of them, and the validation errors happened on every. That's something different. That's the null check. Dagnabbit. So in the stored procedure, it has all of these null coalescing things where if this value is null, then give us empty string back. And because I don't have nullability turned on in this project, it wasn't a thing, then we have to do this wonderful thing. And again, I can't use the null coalescing operator in a SQL query in a link to entities. So you're going to see me do this in the fun way. Does anyone know what the fun way is? A ternary operator. String is null or, I guess in this case we can do is null or empty because we don't mind white space. But you say, I see you doing all of the rows at the same time, and I've seen that before, and that's kind of cool and all, but how exactly are you going to write the rest of the query without needing to go to each line? I select it like this, duplicate, and if it's null or empty, then we do string.empty. Oh, string.empty might not be usable in here, but we'll try it. So anyway, that's fun. We did it. We're now defaulting all of our strings that if they are null, then we default to empty string. This might still be an issue. Oh no, it's not. It's not an issue because this does default to empty string. So never mind. We're good. We're good. Which means that we're going to have to wait until we hit this point again. So this time we can skip the add range. We know that that worked. I saw some stuff that said 4.5. I'm back over here. Why do you keep opening over there? It's because you ain't got no windows on that display device. Maybe if you kept a window open on that display device, it would open over there more often. Why are you talking like that? Talking like what? Oh, a little loopy. After yesterday, after all of that harsh talking to that I gave to myself, and the way that I was essentially just generally unhappy with the choices that I made in the past over this app, I did some reflecting, I did some meditating, I sent some love to myself, resolved that, and now I'm semi overcompensating still by being extra loopy, but I truly am a lot better. I'm having fun, is what I'm trying to say. I'm having a ton of fun. Waiting, 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 waiting. I'm having a ton of fun waiting, too. Man, I love this part. Oh, I miss debugging.NET framework. Best times to be had. You can tell it's still running because the application is using 1.6 gigabytes of memory. Why it's using 1.6 gigabytes of memory, I have no clue, but it is. Oh, 1.7. There it goes. Okay, so we try saving the records, and we should get the exception for duplicate records inserted. and we want to know which data is affected. There it is. We got it. Thank goodness. So if we inspect our actual data, wait, what? Shouldn't we see the validation errors in our data? It's got to be in a further inner exception. No, don't show my server. So it's only the one message, so it's not showing me all of them. Oh, state entries. Here we go. You know what? I think I just... Oh, I bet you. Here's my new hypothesis. Did anyone else think of this before me? Because if so, you are absolutely correct. Again, I'm talking to those of you in the future that are watching this, that sent this information to me. Thank you so much. For those of you that are lurking here and just didn't feel like chatting, and you sent me the information, thank you so much. We're going to test the hypothesis. And that is that the record that keeps coming back as a duplicate record, which is site ID 2457, that is a well that has a time of 1300 and a samp org of NR, is actually a duplicate record within this file. I hope. It is not. It could be a duplicate record in the temp table. Come on. Please, oh please. Thank you so much for the follow. I have, I don't show the names of people that are newly followed in case you just wanted to follow and lurk. I greatly appreciate that, your energy being here, but please feel free to chat if you want. No pressure at all though. Select star from TBL temp Rick Watt level. Just give me all records back, please. Copy. We're going to paste it over in Excel again. Here's a brand new fresh query to the table. Give me column headers. And also make this a text column. Actually, all of them are text columns, except for the numeric columns. Oops. Yep. Next. Okay, there we go. Are there 270? There are 270 still. So my theory, if you didn't hear what it was that the record that is being duplicated, or that is indicating that it is a duplicate record, 24527, was duplicated in the incoming data. 24527, definitely. 24527. Oh, it is. It is. I wasn't wrong. Bug tracked. Oh my gosh. Yay. All right, and then the fix is going to be, so this is why the UI is provided, I'm assuming. But what I should do is make a note for myself. We're gonna, thank you. We're gonna add this as a work item, but I should indicate when there are duplicate rows in the imported data in the UI. So when we remake RTRAC, that's going to be one of the additional features. But what we should be able to do is delete one of the records. And then just to revert the code back to, oh, it's not going to happen because we're currently, just to revert the code back, because it runs faster when it runs as a stored procedure on Entity Framework 6. We saw that. I am going to swap these back out to where it runs it as a stored procedure. And then we're going to see if it fully commits, but I'm going to continue writing this email. Two, 4, 5, 2, 7, I think. This is why it is not showing up in the database. Query for duplicate records. And did she in fact mention what exactly she looked up? Okay, yeah, so she just searched the database for any of the records. Good. All right, so let's just see if this will work. Man, that was fun. I told you, this is the you know the word I'm looking for, dopamine hit that I was talking about. Okay, so 2, 4, 5, 2, 7. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is, now that we have all of the records from this table in Excel, let's go ahead and check for duplicates in this column. Oh, it's in conditional formatting. And then we float cell colors. Cool, no duplicates. That was the only, wait, what? I was looking at the wrong column. Site ID. But they are different times. So what I really should have checked for duplicates for are the 2 columns, but that's fine. We will sort it by site ID, SAMP date, and then all of our duplicates will float up to the top. Oh, dang it. Site ID and then site ID value, and then date time, and then date time. There are other duplicates. Do I still? No, I closed it, didn't I? Text import wizard. Fixed. You. What I don't get is why is there an extra space after the time? What is going on here? Why? Oh dear. Looks like there's some extra spaces in the comments too. That's annoying. Make you a text. Make you a text. Make you a text. Okay. So what we want is a combination of you and you and you, and we want to check this for any duplicates. I guess we can replace the formulas and then sort you by that column with cell color pink on top. And I can put these in the email. Okay, so these are the true duplicates in the file. Record. Okay, looks like there are also a few other records or sites with duplicate stamp date times. They are, the full list is oh, oops. How do I? Oh man, I'm using Outlook on the web, and it's really, really hard to manipulate the pasted in table. I want to delete this row. Delete row. Delete row. You know what? Can I just paste this? Delete table. Yeah, perfect. And that pasted as not a table, as a text file. Come on, guys. Christmas is coming. Pasta. Okay, well, you paste as a table. Then, pasta. Yes, that one pasted as a table. I'll add functionality to show duplicates in the imported data. Should be able to delete those records and it will upload correctly after that. And in fact, did we push the finalize button after deleting those records? We haven't even deleted all the records, so no. The answer is no. 24527. There's only one now. 24528. Oh. 29 and 30. So all 4 of these records got duplicated, one right after the other. So that's pretty easy to see, at least. Okay, so 28. Oh my gosh, what a process. It's probably faster to clear the data from this temp table and then delete them from the text file and then re-upload the text file. Because holy cow. You go to this window, goes back to the other page and reloads. You have to scroll again. Wow. What a process. You get an A for win. Okay, so now we should be able to finalize, and it says the data has been uploaded successfully. Good times. Good talk. So do you see why RTRAC is still in the state that it is? I will do research on a bug that they report, and it's either going to be a stored procedure that needed to be fixed or the data being input that needed to be fixed. And there are rarely any code changes that I end up keeping and applying. However, I am going to keep the code changes that I made here, but it's still calling the stored procedure. But I do now have the stored procedure written as C# code, as a C# method. So the next thing that we're going to do after I clean up these workspaces, commit the changes that I did make, is to create the work item for adding duplicate record indicators to the water level upload. And just everywhere. I mean, I don't know why it isn't everywhere where there are duplicates that aren't allowed. Okay, committed. I am closing that. And sending this email too. That would be nice. I mean, seriously, after something like that, how can you not like bug hunting? It's just so addictive. The frustration, the annoyance, the why is that doing that? Why can't I find that? And then you find out the thing and you're like, oh, that was awesome. We got it. Nailed it. Okay. So that is sent. We don't need you open anymore because that's really weird. Why isn't this browser showing up here? I have my taskbar set to, yeah, there it goes. I have my taskbar set to only show the windows, or only show icons for the windows that are open on that display. And this browser was here the whole time. but it wasn't showing up in my taskbar, which you can't see my taskbar because there's a little this. But just trust me, this is the only thing on my taskbar and it wasn't there before. Okie dokie. So we're going into our RTRAC application. And we're creating a backlog item along with how many others? Oh, only 3. What? What? That's awesome. And look, these are from 2019. This is a feature. This is a new feature. Other tables. And I don't know what other tables there are. But you need to get this done. Why are you assigning it to me already? Don't assign it to me because we're not even working on that. Well, you know, just so you don't forget about it. I hate my PM. Doesn't he know I already have too many things assigned to me? Look at all of these stored procedures. Oh, they're so beautiful. This is the original Java code. Okay. We cleared that off. We checked a box. We finished the thing. What's next? Now I kind of don't want to start anything else. I just want to ride the high of that and not get immediately frustrated by something else. Okay, so we're going back into the lab data upload utility. Lab data import service, which is this one. And then I will bring you up to speed with where we are on the lab data import utility. And I think what we're going to do on a couple of the workday streams is work on the open source version of this because there are some changes that I'm making to the core library. And I just want to go ahead and reference that directly as soon as possible. That's why I closed Visual Studio today. I didn't want to get frustrated. I wanted to get frustrated, and I did for a while, but now that we're done with that, I'm good without being frustrated anymore. We can just have an easy time with the rest of the stuff that we're doing for the rest of the day. I am going to stop at 1 p.m., which is in 50 minutes from now. So 1 p.m. my time, obviously. And that will give me some more leeway to fill in my time card as well as stay lurking on someone's channel before I go do the music stuff. I want filling in my time card to be part of my workday and not after my workday is done anymore. Because, yeah. And then I think I am going to end early anyway, and the workday early because we did spend a little bit of extra time yesterday. Yes. Oh, she's streaming currently too. We're probably gonna rate her if she's still streaming by the time we end the stream. That's kind of the type of icon that I wanted. I'll show this on the Monday music stream. Why isn't Figma? Oh, there you are. But here's my very, 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 very initial sketch, do we want to call it, for the logo that I want to use on the One Lion Creative stream. And then I still need to come up with a banner background. But this is the gist of it. And then I was also just thinking today, actually earlier this morning, of doing something more like this too. Let's put you behind the logo. I guess it's a little too tall. And then filling this in, making it, you know, different colors. Maybe it'll read well, maybe not, who knows. See me procrastinating. No. So yeah, something like this, where the logo is the note itself, and then this is the stem and the flag, but still wearing headphones or something. I don't know. Something like that, though. So like the logo itself would need to be small enough to fit inside of a like this thingy. Oh, you can't see that. Like this, like Dukasoft's drone, for example. Which, by the way, if you squint your eyes and you look at your drone picture, it kind of looks like a seal. Like the animal, not the singer. I don't know if you ever noticed that. And hopefully, now that you've noticed it, you'll never be able to unnotice that. Rude. Oh, that was position. I need size. I mean, so you know that I don't have an issue with that. Like, I do have feelings about using AI generated art and stuff, but it's more like in a professional capacity where you are taking away someone's livelihood. And when you're doing stuff like a personal logo thing that you aren't making money off of, that you're just using, well, I don't know. I don't have an issue with that. I do know people that do have an issue with using it at all. And totally understandable. Because even then, even if you're just making it for personal purpose, using it for personal purposes, how long would it have been until you broke down and went on Fiverr and asked someone to make one for you? It's a valid, I guess, argument. So you are still preventing someone who is doing that for a living from getting money. But at the same time, me, for example, I would just go without. Like, I paid someone to make my company logo, and it wasn't a small amount of money either. So I didn't. And of course, I know them, or I guess it's my boss's boss. I don't even know how to say that anymore because my boss is me and his boss is him. But the contract manager, no, not even the contract manager, the person that is at the top level of the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, the entire contract situation, it was his cousin or his niece. It was his niece that did the logo for us. And she is reputable. She doesn't use AI stuff for her designs. She gave me the design files themselves with the assets and everything. So I know how they were made. I can pick them apart, kind of thing. But again, Dukasoft, it's like, is it really something that you feel you have to do? And I'm open to anyone with differing opinions to voice your opinion on it. You're absolutely welcome here. You will not be shut down or talked negatively to. Just be respectful when you're voicing your opinion too, as I'm trying to be. Because like the current images that I have on One Line Creative are AI generated. This castle background and this pair of dark elves, which are representing Angie Dahi. So Angie is the name of this computer, and this is his character persona. He's come in a lot of different forms on various MMORPGs, and no. What are you showing on your screen, AAOA? AAOA was the other one that I was considering rating, but he's showing out pixelated pictures of certain acts. So we just got a response back from the user that was having that issue. But you would feel better if when you start to get income. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't really plan on monetizing the One Line Creative channel. Funny, I'm not following it. But yeah, so the point is that I don't have the skills to do it myself. This is something that I'm doing for myself. Since this is actually out there, that people are looking at and seeing and interacting with my channel, I do want the art to be either royalty free or just something that needs to be like a Creative Commons that needs attribution. I'm okay with that too. But it's not something that I'm planning on making money off of. Therefore, I don't want to pay someone for art for it. And it's going to be like hundreds of dollars, probably, even if it's just like $15. Then it doesn't make sense for this channel specifically. For the One Lion channel that we're on currently, it makes perfect sense. It's monetized under the affiliate program stuff. You guys are kind enough to contribute stuff to me. I am not. Thank you so much for the kind word. And why didn't Restream give us that message? So someone on YouTube, Suman, said, "You are pro." I am far from pro. Far from pro. So anyway, for this channel, any emotes are either going to be created by me in Figma or in Adobe Illustrator or in Photoshop by my hand, or I'll pay someone on Fiverr, on Etsy to generate some stuff, or we'll just get donations from people like Candy Dev, for example. So once the shout out cooldown is done, big shout out to Candy Dev. He gave us a handful of emojis that I can use for badges, for subscriber badges, and I turned one of them into an actual emote on the channel now, an animated emote, which is our new roar emote. Yay! Thank you, Kenny. You're amazing. Thank you so much, Dukasoft. You're the best. Okay, so anyway, that was a, if you can tell I'm procrastinating, I really don't want to get back to this app because the state of affairs for this application. Why? Oh dear. Okay, there were no changes. I was like, why are there changes? It was probably just keyboard. I had this window in focus when I pushed off. Yes. So real quick, shout out for Candy Dev. You should see he's up there. Heart if you aren't already following him, but definitely check out his channel. He is super duper talented. Works in a lot of different technologies. He's a game developer. He is a bot developer. Yeah, just check out his channel. He is a VTuber as well. Can we call them tubers? He is a V streamer, a virtual streamer as well. So you'll see his avatar. And if he identifies more with his avatar than his physical body, then I apologize if I am using the wrong terminologies. But you will see him appearing as some kind of fox-ish animal. So I just call him mind, body, spirit complex because that's what we all are. It'll define anyone and anything regardless of race, gender, creature identity, etc. Oh, I love the petting one. But yeah, so he gave us some stuff. I'll add them during one of the One Line Creative streams, but we're just getting off on those. Oh gosh, we are just getting started with those streams, and we are finally free of all of the setup. So we are free to start doing actual creative things on the stream. So next, no. As Irish John would say, bold boy. Bold boy. And the Bardaki laugh too. I can hear it. I can hear it. Gosh. I need to move this over just a little more. There we go. Oh. So we're going to dive into it. Let's do it. Here is the application running. And I will tell you what we did recently and where I'm at. And I started doing this stuff on Tuesday morning, but then that's when I got when I remembered that we had a request about an issue that started on Friday. And I got that email at the end of my day on Friday, so I forgot about it first thing in the morning, started working on my normal, my normal routine is get up, make some coffee, sit down at the computer and start work. I don't even check email before I start working on the applications. I just go straight into Visual Studio, open up multi-stream so that I can see when TBD goes live. And Clay is usually streaming by the time I wake up, so I'm lurking there, but pretty much just go straight to this, and then I totally forgot about the email. And I remembered just before the stream, and so we started working on the issue for this, or during yesterday's stream. Work stuff. RMA. Proyecto. New lab data process. We're almost done with this thing though. We're definitely on at a point where we're just cleaning it up and making it work better, making it work faster. Okay, so you can see my mouse and I'm probably lagging. I'm probably lagging on stream. In fact, I'm frozen. Hopefully you can still hear me though. All right, we're back. So that's one thing. I have no idea where that's coming from. But anytime I upload a file, yeah, cool. So you could still hear me. Anytime I upload a file, it's probably the number of columns and rows. So then the amount of data that's being shown on screen, but then it stabilizes and it's fine. But that's one of the issues. That's one of the performance things I would like to clean up and fix. The second performance issue is, for whatever reason, when I check the check and uncheck the box, specifically when we're running in Blazor WebAssembly. I think I know. Hold on. No lag? No lag. Okay, so when we're in WebAssembly, this seemed to load fine. But when I uncheck a box, you can see that the box itself is still checked. Even though the row updated, the status of whether this row is in the list of selected rows updated, and the button that is rendered in the same exact TD updated to say select instead of unselect. The value is changing. And then when I use the button to do it, it works just fine. But when I use the checkbox itself, it doesn't work. I'm so confused. Oh. So that's something that I want to figure out. And in fact, what I'm most likely going to end up doing is changing this from a checkbox to a button and have the icon in the button be the filled checkbox or the empty checkbox. And then the other thing that is also broken is when all items are selected, the top box. Oh, I fixed that. Never mind. That's what I thought at first. But it has nothing to do with binding for how it's rendering the button. The button, it's a good thought. It's a great thought. Table. That's all selected. And I do have another thought. So here's the checkbox, which is probably going to be really small on screen. And so what I'm doing is I'm handling the on-click event for the checkbox, not on change, not at bind equals. We make it so. Proceed. Anyway, so I'm listening for the on-click event. And when you click this checkbox, and I know where your mind might go, and I did account for that, it runs this code, and there's a lot of stuff that needs to run when you check the box, because it needs to notify the parent that a row is being selected or deselected, and that parent is also notifying any other data tables that might be related to it that a row is being selected and deselected. So for example, if I had the preview open, when I'm only displaying the checkboxes in this table and not in the preview table, even though they are associated with each other. Every row in this left table is associated with the row in the right table, and it is losing. No, you're supposed to be a fixed height, dang it. They're both supposed to be fixed heights. But anyway, so when one row is selected or deselected in one table, it is also selected or deselected in the other table. So that's all of this logic, which bubbles up through events and then notifies the other table of its selected children. Okay, so we know about that. But Dukasov's thought was, oh, it's all the way up here, that's why. Is there a one-way binding issue here versus a binding issue here? But again, we're only looking at whether this current row index is in our list of selected rows. And that's what's toggling whether we show the words selected or unselected. So then what you might be thinking is, when you have an input checkbox and you are overriding the on click and you're toggling it one way or the other, when you click on it, it naturally toggles on off. So why? Oh, that's where it's broken. Okay, so when you toggle it on, when you toggle it on off, that's when you have, or when you click it, it'll toggle on off itself. So it'll probably ignore your is selected. Love the at class is selected solution. Yeah, exactly. I like using that a lot. So instead, what I'm doing is I'm setting checked equal to whether it was selected or not, true or false. This has worked for me in the past. This worked for me for a while, but then we made some kind of change and then it stopped working suddenly. But in order to keep it from toggling on off itself, I'm just doing on click prevent default. And that makes sure that I'm the only one that controls whether this thing is selected or not. This pattern here has led to many issues in the past. I need to stop using it. The end. One thing that would have been cool is if I did at bind equals is selected. Problem is that this would be two-way binding and is selected is read-only. But we'll try it anyway. I'm gonna try this. Let's see what happens. Okay, you might need to refresh. It's still going. Nope, still waiting. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. So that is a major issue. That is a major issue. That is a massive, massive, massive issue. Here's what I'm gonna try doing to see if it helps any. What is that? A loading with fire with a this is fine. Oh, it's a Bardaki emoji. That one's awesome and amazing. So yeah, now I know one of the emojis that I want, which is the loading progress type thing, and I can make that progress type thing, and I can make that myself because I know how to make CSS spinners. Yay! Okay. Notepad. Oops. No, we don't want to save that. Save that. Close. What I'm trying to get open currently is the Excel file that I've been using for the import process, and I'm just gonna I'm going to remove all but 2 records. I'm having trouble talking suddenly, and it's because of all the lag that's happening on my face. Save as. Formatted, shortened. Checking for how delayed chat is, and the answer is it's not delayed for me, obviously. It's 2039 your time, as soon as the chat came through for me. But what about this? How delayed? You might have to toggle. Yeah, that dropped a lot. The other thing that happens is if we crash, then anyone that was lurking and not actively paying attention is going to stay crashed. Oh well. Oh well. It still says drop 0 frames though. How is that possible, OBS? You're crazy. All right. So I'm going to be using a smaller file for testing. How's your leg, Snubble? Only 40 seconds. Jeez. That is a long time. Why did you open over here? That's not the last window that I had focused, was it? Okay, so one of the things that we did just now, before I crashed, was I changed this to be at bind instead of using the checked equals at is selected. I also just made a version of the upload file that only has 2 records so that we can do some better testing. And it loads faster, and hopefully when we do hot reload, it's not gonna completely crash. That worked. Oh wait, we're probably still running Blazor server. So I refresh, reload. Okay, so it did not work. And the other thing that isn't working is when I toggle all off and on, this checkbox doesn't do what it's supposed to do. So I don't get it. But what's there to get when you can just work around it? CSS checkbox. So you see these beautiful CSS check marks and checkboxes. No, that's not what I want. Because I'm still going to have the issue where the checkboxes, like the target here is going to be when the input is checked, go to its sibling dot checkmark. and then change it to this thing. But we aren't going to be able to rely on the checkbox itself. The only thing that I care about, though, is the style for checked and not checked. So container, okay, is going to be the label. Good. So we're going to borrow this. You have a 35-second delay. All right, we are going to make our checkbox styling. And we're going to do it using a mixin at mixin called checkbox button. Okay, and our checkbox button is going to be the container, so the button itself. No, we'll put a span inside of it. We'll put a. Doesn't matter. It's going to be our root component. And then anywhere that we have and space, get rid of. I say component, I meant element, but you know what I meant. So whatever we put this mixin on is going to be the thing that is going to get styled based off of whether it is listed as checked or not. So we aren't going to have a checkbox at all. Instead, we're going to have the check mark itself hover on this thing, then the input check mark. And then instead of the input being checked, we need an extra class called andChecked. And then the check mark inside of the andChecked is going to have a background color. Sure. The check mark after. Show check mark when checked. Why are you doing it so weird though? This is such a weird. This is just such a weird. And then check mark after. I don't like it, but we're going to use it anyway. So our data table is going to import our icon mixins. And the structure for it, we're still going to use from that W3 schools, which is going to be a container of some sort and a check mark logo icon thing. And so our button, doggo, CSS says that it's smelly. Wait. Irish John has a dog? What am I doing? I'm trying to go to the markup. Oh, somebody help me. Okay, so instead of having a checkbox, we're getting rid of that altogether. And we're going to do is selected will be checked or unchecked, and then selected will be checked. And I believe that's what we just set on these. So and dot checked. Is that Harry? From Harry? No, that's a the things that look like Wookiees that aren't Wookiees. Unless that's a baby Wookiee. I don't know my stuff, okay? Thank you for pointing out how suck I am. Span class equals check mark. All right, here's our span class equals check mark. The button itself is going to be a button class selected unselected, and this is going to be our check button, because it's not a check mark, it's a check button. Okay, so with that, we need to remove some styles, but I need to see it on screen before I start removing styles, the default styles from button. And we also need to target in our CSS in our tbody tr our dot check button. We will include our checkbox button styles. Oh, Duca check button. Obviously, that's what we needed to name it. My bag. Okay, so that should be good to go. However, for whatever reason, we can't see it yet. That's fine. That's fine. Don't panic. We've got this. I'm panicking a little. Let's make sure that the structure is there. We have the button, type button, class equals check button. And this is inside of a TR. May as well target it completely. TRTD is a check button. And in fact, what we're going to do is we're going to make a component called a check button. Or a toggle button, probably. I bet there would be worse things to call it. I mean, that could be the ID for this one, but I don't usually use that just completely escaped me. I use kebab case for my class names, is what I'm trying to say. Wow. So the thing that I'm baffled by just now is that I cannot think of what the style is called when the first camel case, when the first letter is lowercase and every word after is capitalized. That was really rough. I could not think of that. Okay, doesn't matter. We're good to go. Here's our button. Our button is not getting the styles currently for our check button. Check button. Check button. Check button. Check button. This is going to be everywhere in the table, by the way. So it's going to be in T-head and T-body. So that was not a good place to put this. Java case. We'll just call it Java case from now on. Okay, So I probably just need to rerun. Man, all the people I'm lurking on have disappeared. Excuse me. No, my styles. There they are. There you are. I can never get away with just one, can I? I don't think I'm sneezing properly. Oh, okay. Umberto is I. All right, so the way that we are going to fix this button, hey, it's perfectly there too. The way that we're going to fix the check mark icons is by finding the custom icon mix-ins, finding it, and you are not going to be position absolute. Because if you're position absolute, you are not going to take up the entire space. So instead, you're going to be display flex. Good. Oh, but you have to be. This is the actual check mark. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I don't like these. Font size. Cursor pointer. I can kind of see the check mark there, so it'll be fine. But what we need is for our button. Oh, we can't do that. We have to. I've lost the plot. Sneezing totally broke my brain. No padding, no nothing. Let's just go back to 0. That's what I wanted. Very, very good. Display flex. Align center. Justify center. And this is align items. I don't know why I left it at align content. Because I'm not thinking. Wait. It's not a known. I'm good. I got this. I got this. Calm down. Everything is okay. Everything is a-okay. Yeah, so Y, oh Y. This is really hard to read. Okay, so when you're checked, her check mark is going to have a background color. Then our check mark itself it's going to have an after like that. Oh. Because this and after. I'm still going to expand it. like so. So that we can see that there is still a there is a global setting for checkmark after, no matter what. So that should go up here. I don't know why this isn't defined up here. And then it's just whether or not it's display block or not. Okay, so we're doing okay. The only thing is the bottom position of the check mark itself after rotating it is not good, and then the sizing of the background of the check mark itself. We don't get it top and left. Okay. Yeah, I'm still confusing myself. It'll be okay though. This is gonna work. Just give me a second, man. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do a height of 1em, a width of 1em on the container itself, and then the check mark is going to be 0.6 ems. That's better. I like that already. The positioning of it is still not good. To continue the question about calling streamers on Twitch VTubers, Twitch just started a stream with VTuber updates in their title. Synchronicity. So I guess that's what they're called on Twitch as well. It's kind of interesting that they would keep that suffix. Like, that they wouldn't push for calling them V streamers. And then padding, we can get rid of padding. And why, oh why did that change? Because the check mark itself is here. Oh, I remember doing this before for creating my own CSS checkmark. So the checkmark, the way that the checkmark itself works is that it is just a span, and that span can be given a background color. It can be given a whole bunch of stuff, you know? But wrong padding. Not padding. And so this here is what is making this checkbox. So it is essentially just a rectangle with borders on the right and bottom. So this is, the top border is 0. The right border is 3 pixels. The bottom border is 3 pixels and the left border is 0 pixels. So that's what gives us the 2 edges, and then it rotates 45 degrees. Cool, right? The problem is that all of these measurements are in pixels. And we need this to be measurements in ems that scale with the checkbox itself. Right. Right. Gosh. And so we need to know how exactly to position this when we have a box that is sized based on M. And so what we're essentially doing is we're going to move it over from the left by 0.1 M, move it down from the top by 0.1 M, give it a width of 0.8 M and a height of, a width of 0.6 M and a height of 1.8 M. Okay, so now we can mess with this just a little bit more. Cool. I don't like this anyway. We're changing strategy. That sucks. I wanted to use a CSS checkbox for this because it's lighter, it loads faster. But I really don't like using absolute pixels, absolute values in pixels. So I am going to get rid of that. Which means that in here, we're going to get rid of you. Not you, you. No, not you, you! What about Smee? What about Smee? Smee's me. And instead, we're going to find a couple of icons from Iconify. And specifically checkboxes. Oh, because I'm trying to filter. Check boxes. I don't want just check marks. I want the check boxes. And I want one version that is an empty checkbox and one version that is a full checkbox that are from the same icon set with rounded corners. And I want the version that's filled in to be solid. Ming Cute. I have not used that icon set before. Where's the material design? Material, don't you have a filled in version? No, I was gonna raid you. Dang it. How am I supposed to have a raid target if you guys keep ending your streams? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, Tomate Salat. Oh, I hope you had a fantastic stream. Hi. You're probably getting ads. I apologize for that. This is from Ion. I don't think I know this icon set. Good evening to you. So what I'm currently doing is I'm looking for a couple of icons that I can use to fake a checkbox because the input type check is not actually doing what I want it to. as far as re-rendering correctly. Fam icons. Yeah, I think we're going to go with this one. I've never used an icon from this set before, so hopefully it doesn't look terrible. Put myself in hurry to be first. Oh, not fair. Not fair. But yeah, we're going to go with this fam icon checkbox. And this is going to be checked. And here's how we're going to do this. This is going to be fun. We are going to use our icon component. Oh, by the way, so hello everyone that came in with the raid. Thank you so much for being here. I am One Lion. I'm working at a place that does environmental cleanup tracking and management stuff, and I manage all of their applications for them. We have quite a few applications that I do. It's all .NET code. Some of it is still .NET Framework. Some of it is .NET, or the majority of it is Blazor using .NET Core. And so what I'm working on currently is a data import utility, because we have a whole bunch of files that are being sent from various places that are in various formats. They're all either Excel or CSV files, but we don't know what columns they will be coming in as, but they all need to get standardized to one specific output type. So this tool is a way to be able to do that. We are making an open source version available on my GitHub. And it's called the, it's called the data import utility. I don't know if I made a command for it, but anyway, you can find it. Oh, it's not even on that GitHub. It's on GitHub somewhere. People tend to go offline when I raid them, so I'm paranoid. Yeah, I was actually planning on ending my stream 5 minutes before you raided, so now 10 minutes ago. But I wanted to get this small thing done, and so we're probably going to go until 1:30. Anyway, render fragment. We're making an icon for checkbox icon. It's going to have the additional attributes just like the other icons that I created in this file. Additional attributes. Speaking of, have I not been adding my additional attributes? Oh, no wonder they haven't been taking effect for some of my icons. My info icon, for example. I know that feeling. But anyway, thank you again for your raid. Please don't feel obligated to stick around if you have things to do, if you want to just take a break and get away from the screen, or you want to lurk other places. Completely okay. I will be going for another 19-ish minutes working on this, but I really, really, really appreciate you being here. Appreciate the raid. You're amazing. Thank you so very much. I'm going to put the additional attributes last, because the first thing that I want to put in here is a required. Do I want it to be required? Toggle for whether this thing is checked or not. And of course, checked is a keyword. So we'll do is checked. Okay, was there anywhere else that I did not use the additional attributes? No. No. Okay, we're good. All right, so we're going to return something based on whether we are checked or not. So is checked switch. No, we're just going to do it as a ternary operator. Oh, and I lost it from my clipboard. Oh, struggling, but we're good. It's 1 o'clock. Okay, I need to focus. I need to pay attention. Recently, in the past few streams, 1 o'clock has been a time when I just tank, when my mood shifts, my wanting to do anything changes. I'm not going to let that happen. This is my site. Not this time. You know what, though? I think I'm going to do it like this instead. Just because it's going to be easier to read and maintain. We're going to have the one SVG wrapper element plus our width 1M. Actually, we don't even need style width on this one. It's going to be fine. Yes, we do. We need width. I got this. I got this. All right, we call it and get something to eat, or we'll call it and get something to eat. Good luck. Enjoy your food. Thank you again for the raid. Gosh, why did you all do that? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't reformat yourself. Have you formatted that way for a reason? If I wanted you to be okay, we're good. So here's our additional attributes. I said that we still do want the style width, and I need a switch in here. Not really a switch, just a if statement. What is up with this lag? Mr. Purple says, you know, it sure would be a shame if a 5'3" tall, skinny penguin broke through my ceiling and stole my can of lavender poached pear with Jackson Williams's pudding at 3:30 p.m. Specifically at 3:30 p.m. Hello, Mr. Purple. Thank you so much for your chat. I hope you're having a great day so far. Thanks for the follow too. Oh, yes, like this. Okay, so this is what the checked version is going to look like, the content for the checked version. This is the content for the dischecked version. Which is going to be from the same library, hopefully. We just need to find it. So I'm looking down at the very bottom, the address. And this is called Ming Cute is the name of the library. So I'm looking for an open one that is from Ming Cute. Which might be easier if we filter by icon set. So which one of you is Ming Cute? You are. They don't have an unchecked version. Is that true? Did I just use a library that only has the one checked version? You guys have a lot of icons. 23 pages of icons. Why don't you have an unchecked outline version of your icon? That's annoying. Guys, I really liked it, your box. Sad times. Sad times. Oh, what are you? Rectangle line. But are you even the same dimensions? You aren't even the same dimensions. Sad. Okay, we're not using this icon set. We are instead using, I mean, look at this nice rounded corners and everything. We're going to try this one, which is ion. And before using it, we're going to filter. So far, we don't see just a regular rectangle for it. I guess the thing that I could do is take their outline version. Let's try that. All right, Ming, I'm giving you another life. We'll do this one here, which is going to be the same size. Good. Has the same view box and everything. We don't have to worry about needing to adjust for that. No, I keep formatting the entire file. I can't do that. Is Control K format selection? Control KF. Okay, that'll work. I can do that. And we only have one path. No, we have two paths. Oh, thank goodness. No, I did it again. Okay. All right. You win. Any other paths? No. All right. Which one of you is the rectangle? I'm assuming this is the rectangle with all of the nice clean path lines, and it's smaller. So I will comment this out for now. No, that's not a comment. Now that's a comment. No, why are you doing that? Oh. All right, save that. And let's use the checkbox icon in context, which is going to be in our data table display. No, am I freezing again? All right, and instead of this, we're going to use our icon dot checkbox icon. Checked is going to be is selected. Yes, yes. And so now when we toggle is selected, the icon will re-render and it'll switch between checked and unchecked. Okay, that did work, except that for whatever reason, and I'll make it bigger and I'll fix the button styles and everything like that. But let's find out which element it is that is still printing out a check mark. So here's our group. Here's our one path in the group. Yeah, and that gets rid of the whole check mark itself. So that's not helpful. Checkbox is what I said. Which part of you, how is that even possible that you have both the check mark and the rectangle outline? How's that possible? Maybe my assumption was incorrect and this is actually the outline box. did it again. I did it again. Save. Okay, and this one doesn't have anything at all. Like, what even is this path supposed to be? Nuh-uh, that is the element. No. The element is 40 by 43 pixels. Yeah, the entire SVG is taking up the entire content of the button, right? No, not right. Oh. I know another thing that needs to happen too. Goodness. Wings. Where is our... That's busy. Did I put it in table defaults? Yes, I did. So there's a style that I have overridden somewhere for the first column in the table for a selected column to not gosh, what's happening? I think I'm changing the opacity for all of the TDs in an unselected row. Yes, that is the case. And it's somewhere in here. ED, I said. Thank you. Okay, so the background color is getting changed and the brightness is getting dimmed. So I'm not changing the opacity, I'm changing the brightness to dim it a little bit. But this needs to not happen on the TD that contains, and it contains input or has input. I think we need to just have it be has something else. Has input type check or button. Yeah, just button. Oh. Yeah, there we go. So it either has an input type check or an input type button, or not input type button, but a button element. Filter unset. Why didn't you work? Have a button. It's right here. But anyway, point is we need to still style some more, and I am running out of time. And I'm trying to rush through it, and of course I'm gonna make mistakes because I'm doing that. Oh man. TR TD dot check button background. All right, so that's a start. We're gonna have the background on the check button itself to be empty, and we're going to remove the padding. We'll keep the border. Wait, why didn't that remove the padding? Height is auto. It did remove the panning. Okay, but I need to get a lot of stuff. Draw curiosity is on if I need a raid target. Thank you for the suggestion. I was hoping to raid another developer. But we're definitely a supportive channel. I just don't have very many raid targets. Anyway, AOA seems to be chatting a lot. Okay, so here's where we're gonna end for now. I'm gonna style this better, but the thing that we really want to work on, and we'll probably be doing this type of work on Friday, even though I'll be doing it all day tomorrow and Friday morning. Yeah, but yes, thank you. I'm gonna go to this screen. So Dukasoft already recommended a stream target, so we're gonna go with that. But I will be trying to make the table load be less intensive. One of the main things that I wanted to get done today was working on the styling of the checkbox, or not working on the styling of the checkbox, getting the checkbox to respond to being checked and unchecked. That's what I really wanted to get done. We did do that by faking the checkbox. I just need to style it now and make it look like a checkbox, which we will do. And it's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be marvelous. It's going to, oh dear. Nothing. Okay, so I'm going to be working on that on tomorrow morning, tomorrow all day, Friday morning, and then we'll do community day on Friday, and the workday stream after community day will be more of getting the table to not load so difficultly. Yeah, I'm currently not lurking on BBB's stream either. I do like BBB, but I think he doesn't stream coding anymore, if I recall. He only streams co-working also. And like, I know I'm being like extremely particular, but I'm looking for developers that actually stream code. And stuff. But I don't have very many targets at the moment anyway, so we may as well raid someone that has been a supporter of our channel anyway, even though she isn't in the actual software development space. She doesn't actually do software development, but she does talk about a lot of nerdy things, a lot of sciencey things. She gave me the term personality streamer when I was calling her a variety streamer, but she's currently eating ice cream, and yeah, so we're gonna raid out to Draw Curiosity. And I spelled it correctly. Yay. Okay, but I'm most likely gonna raid and run because I need to do my time card, and I need to not need to, and I'm gonna change over to doing music stuff, but I'll be lurking the whole time. And yeah, that's gonna be it for me for today. I'll be back again on Friday for Community Day, 10:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, UTC -7. As I get quieter and I turn the music up. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day and have lots and lots and lots of fun. Ciao for now.